Hello and welcome to Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. We're at the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza and we've got some wheelchair basketball action for you. It's the men's preliminary round, Group B, and we have the United States of America taking on Australia, and followed by that in this session, USA again in action. The women's team also in Group B taking on Algeria. Well, two former gold medalists going head to head. USA with 2 wins from their 3 games. Australia, the only undefeated team left in Group B. You can see Great Britain at the minute having won earlier on top, but Australia could overtake them. So too could the Americans, although on the head-to-head, Great Britain have beaten the USA. So we have the winners from 2008 versus the gold medalists from Rio. And this is the Australian lineup for today's game. They have looked pretty comfortable so far in Tokyo. Bill Latham has led them in scoring with 16 points per game, but Stibner, Sean Norris also averaging double figures. This is going to be a stern test of this Australian team today, but they've looked very good so far. Can they maintain their undefeated start here in Tokyo? Well, at the other end of the floor, the United States of America have had probably the most dramatic first few days of competition. Some really tight games with Germany. Yesterday against Great Britain, they almost won it at the death, lost by a point. They did have a comfortable win over Iran. They have an array of scoring options in this lineup, but Jacob Williams has been their top scorer so far, 12 points per game. It shows you how spread their offense is. It can come from almost anywhere on this American lineup. And that's certainly a dangerous team that can put the ball in the basket from every angle. We'll be hoping to maybe get the odd bounce of the ball in their favor that's eluded them so far in this competition. They're not a million miles away from being undefeated themselves. Instead, they're 1-2. But now we will pause as the two teams line up for the national anthems. And first up, we will have the anthem of Australia. And now we have the national anthem of the United States of America. Well, the two teams acknowledge each other at the half court, and now they'll go back and finish off their warm-ups ahead of what promises to be a very intriguing game between two teams who more often than not end up in the medal games, and that will certainly be the destination, the target for both of these squads. And they've got an early test of their mettle against each other. Now, three officials for today's game from Lithuania. The referee, Linas Ledaikas, and he is supported by the two umpires from Japan, Nakaido Shinsuke, and the German Eric Etzelmuller. And the commissioner, just behind the referee in the middle, is from Great Britain, Janine Timms. In Australia, there is Latham and Norris, the prolific scorers in this competition. This is probably their toughest test to date against an American squad who will be reeling after that defeat yesterday. Came back in the fourth quarter against Great Britain, just fell a little bit short. Here is the starting lineup for Australia, a familiar one to those of you who've been watching the Australians here in Tokyo. It's the same starting five as we've seen from the other three games. Latham Norris, Robbins Blair, and O'Neill Thorne will take to the floor to begin the game. Craig Friday, their coach, must have been pretty pleased with how his team have performed to this point. Yes, in these competitions, it's about building from day to day, game to game. USA also going with the same lineup that we've seen in the other three games they've played. Pay, Knees Winder Bell, Sirio, and John Boy. Well, they did have a shot at the end of the game with 3.5 seconds to go, down one, that went in the USA, but the referee's whistle had already gone for a player down in the lane in a dangerous position. So they had to retake the sideline, and on the second occasion, they did not score. That's how close they came. You can see Australia, Germany by 11, the closest they've been pushed so far, whereas the Americans won by three, sorry, and lost by one, very close. Teams out on court, and we are underway here at the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza. And it is the Australians who get the opening possession of the game and the opening score of the game. Perfect start for Australia with Tom O'Neill Thorne getting the first bucket of the game. No way through for the American captain, Sirio. Now he gets his shot away. It is 2-0. Just sorting the scoreboard out on screen. Australia have scored. Here's Norris. He's got some room. That's off the mark. Pay will bring it forward. Back to Knees Winder. Pay with the shot clock down to 7 seconds. Thurio's going to have to heave here on the buzzer. He's kicked it back. I'm not sure there's time for all that passing. Did it get off in time? Yes, it did from Bell, but It doesn't drop. Very close to a 24-second violation. Nathan, cross court to Norris. Just a little bit too high on the way back. And a turnover to Australia, who lead 2-0. Serio fakes it the three, drives instead. Hook pass across. Turned over. Australia trying to break out. Robbins. Forward to Norris off the glass. And it's 4-0 to Australia. Here's Serio. Working on the screen, throws it cross court. Pay, late in the shot clock, has the USA on the board. 4-2, the USA lead. Australia lead. Tough shot from Bill Latham as he knocks that one down. 6-2. Australia trying to press up court. The USA have got away. Back to Mike Pay. And Serio's shot off the mark. Still 6-2 in favor of Australia. Norris has just got a bit of an issue. He was trying to get the referee to stop it earlier because his strap has gone. And while America had the ball, the referees were allowing play to go on. He's now gone off to get that sorted, and John McPhail comes in for him. (6-2) in favor of Australia here in the early stages. We played 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And nice shot for Latham again. Nice fast break, and the foul is called. Basket will count. Tough finish going to the hole there by Steve Serio. The speed down the lane, uses the body well to create an angle for him to not only score but take the contact. And he converts the three-point play. Thorne. Knocks it back to McPhail. Here's O'Neill Thorne again with the shot, back iron, might get his own rebound. New 14 for Australia. Open on the far side was Blair. But the pass wasn't a great one. Serio's pass is not high enough to get it over Yannick Blair. Australia with the steal, looking to break. Here's McPhail. Robbins. Cross court it goes to O'Neill Thorne. Plenty of zip on that, back to Robbins. In and out for him. Offensive rebound pulled in by Blair. Two Australians going after the ball there. There's O'Neill Thorne again. His shot rims out. Blair trying to get on the glass, but beaten to it by Sirio. Nice ball movement by the Americans, but just a little too far underneath there. Oh boy. McPhail kicks it out. Again, that's a good pass, seeing the open shooter in the corner, Kim Robbins. Australia started well here, 10-5 they lead. Sirio under all sorts of pressure. Ball bobbling about, comes back out to Bell, and he's able to put back the offensive rebound. Robbins. Offensive foul, the call. Brian Bell taking the charge. Foul on Kim Robbins, I think. In fact, it's Bill Latham. It's off the ball, my mistake. It was Nieswinder taking the charge. Sirio going along the baseline. There's another offensive foul. Boy, that time. So just leaning a little bit into that, pushing his chair forward to keep Robbins away. Got to be stationary in that screen position. Australia looking to make some changes here. Multiple changes for the Australians, changing most of the lineup here in one go. America is going to do likewise. 4 substitutions getting ready to come into the game for them. So coaches matching lineup for lineup here. Jennifer into the game amongst those substitutes. There's McShane to Norris. Back up top. McShane a long time to look at that. Probably just wanted to get a little closer to the free throw line. Martin in transition. Good dump down to Sirio. The double pump to avoid the block. And Sirio has the points. Not sure that Prince got back in there. Inbounded the ball, it came right back to him. And never quite established himself back into court. So it's a turnover and the Americans get it from the baseline. Sirio cross court to Williams. Sirio into Williams in the corner. Norris just trying to get himself righted. He does so with a little help from the American captain, Steve Sirio. 1-point game here, 7 minutes gone. Stibners lobs it cross court right on the money to Prince, who opens his account for the day. Again, Sirio getting to the basket. It's a nice pass to find him cutting to the hole, but Australia need to make it a bit more difficult to get into the lane than that. There's Norris. Shovels it back to Stibner, trying to get it inside to Prince, just can't quite get his hand to pull that one in, but the bounce is a little too far out in front. Tyndall almost, Norris, sorry, almost stole that away from Williams. But didn't quite get there in time, ended up with the foul. As you can see, Coach Friday just getting a clarification on that. Here's Williams. I think there's an issue with the shot clock. Kind of got down to 4.1 that quickly. So they're going to, I think, go review, see where it should have been. So a little impromptu timeout for the two teams whilst the officials work out the clock situation. Notable that the Australians huddle up together, but don't go back to the sidelines to have a conversation. You'll also notice in the background we do have some spectators in the building. Local school children are allowed to attend these games in the upper tier, and we're very pleased to have them with us so that they can enjoy some world-class wheelchair basketball. Let's see what the decision is. Obviously, they have to establish the point at which they gained control of the ball and how much time has elapsed since the clock did not reset. They're going to put 14 on. Here's Jake Williams. It's a good shot from Nate Hines. Pressure in an awkward spot for Tyndall. And Australia cough it up. That's a tremendous catch from Jennifer. It's very high. He had to reach up to pull that one in. Sirio for three. Front irons that one. Prince with the rebound. Stibner's. McShane is open. Can't convert offensive rebound. And Sean Norris will go to the line after taking the foul. Really slow to react, the Americans, both on the shot and on the rebound.
Sean Norris at the line shooting 2 free throws.
Back iron on the first for Sean Norris. Second is good. 2-point game here with a minute to go in the opening quarter between the USA and Australia in this Group B matchup in the men's wheelchair basketball here at Tokyo 2020. Sirio. Ooh, just out of reach of Jennifer. He's able to recover. And, well, he turned what could have been a turnover into 2 points there. That's good work. Enzo with the basket. Lobbed into a Prince who sets himself. And with the calm shot to drop it in for 2. Last offense here of a tight opening first quarter. Sirio using his pace, lobs it up back to Jennifer. And he looks at the referee, but the whistle is for a man on the floor and nothing else. .1 on the clock for Australia to get down court and try and get a potentially game-tying score. And Prince is going to have to hook up a 3-point shot way off the mark. Good first quarter that. Very little between the two teams. Looked the tight one on paper, and it's playing out that way. 17 to the USA, Australia 15. Take a look at the numbers. Impressive shooting statistics for both of them. Australia, 6 turnovers. That will be a little concern. But they have managed to get onto the offensive glass as we look back over the sights and sounds of this ball game here at Musashino Forest Sports Plaza. Australia against USA. And this is a very tough group. And this one living up to billing. Just one basket between them. And as expected, scorers all over the court on both ends of the floor. Steve Sirio leading the way with 7, but everybody who's out there is a threat. And you get the feeling that this game is going to be about who can put a defensive stand together, who can have 2, 3, 4 minutes of concerted defensive pressure, force the mistakes, because they're both capable of scoring freely. Sometimes when you get teams with offensive weapons, it's about the defensive runs rather than the offensive ones. Underway here in the second half. USA with the ball leading by 2, second quarter even. Getting ahead of myself. Sirio looking along the baseline. No room there. They're trying to create some place. Nice pass. Williams inside, too strong off the glass. Good rebound from Jennifer. But he can't quite squeeze it back in. I don't know if Prince knew that was there until it about hit him in the face, but he was able to corral the ball in the end. Nice pass inside to Norris off the glass for 2. Ties the game up at 17. Sirio gets to the elbow, takes the shot himself, and why not? 9 early points for him. USA pressing down court, but the Australians dealt with that as if it wasn't there. Just over the top, and then Norris attacking, getting through the lane, is fouled. Trayvon Jennifer, I think the offender. Actually, it could have been Matt Lesperance who got him first. It is indeed the number 6 that's gone up on the scoreboard. Oh, he's missed them both. Americans still lead by a basket. Williams is going to let fly from three-point range. Nobody in there for the rebound from the American point of view. So a simple board. There's Norris inside. Comes back out towards the three-point line. And Prince going backwards. That's a tough shot. Williams trying to get away. Here comes Jennifer. Sirio working with Jennifer, feeds it back to him. And Trey Jennifer will go to the line for 2. It's good work to get through there. The Australians' reaction, you can see what they thought of it. Well, as soon as he let it go, he was willing the ball to go a bit further. He realized it was short. And then he overcompensated, missed them both. So we're still 19-17 here, a couple minutes into the second quarter. Australia with the ball, trying to tie things up. Here's Norris. Lobs it cross court. In and out for Stibners. Sirio around the screen. Nice pick and roll work, but the Australians closing the door. It's great defense, particularly the long arm of Michael O'Prince to make that a difficult shot. Norris driving through, has the ball knocked away. Can Williams recover? Yes, he can. Jennifer is away. Stibner's called for the unsportsmanlike foul. Deliberate foul to stop the fast break. In the eyes of the official. Let's have another look. Yeah, he just smashed into him. He knew that points were coming if he didn't commit a foul. It's one of them where they're going to check it because he's not come in from the back or the side. The original decision is unsportsmanlike. But the referees are going to have another look just to make sure that they're happy with that call, or whether they might want to revise it down to a regular foul. I mean, it's a deliberate foul. There's not really any play on the ball. He's the last man back as well. I think that's going to stay as it is. It does stay as it is. I mean, a few years ago you could do that, but in the modern game, that's an unsportsmanlike foul, and the difference between the two is 2 shots. Unsportsmanlike foul is punished with 2 shots in possession. Obviously, they already had possession of the ball, so it's in essence just 2 free throws. And now the US will get possession of the ball in the front court, so 14 on the shot clock. Williams. Oh, that was a long way short of its intended destination. Here's Knowles. Denied away to the basket. Single almost got there. Well, he was right underneath and was trying to find enough room to get the shot away, Michael O'Prins. And he ended up sending it over the top of the backboard. You don't see that very often. And certainly the American defenders enjoyed that, I think it's fair to say. I'm sure he'll hear about that. Nice pass. Williams in the lane, gets the drop. Jake Williams, his second score of the game. US just eking out to a 6-point lead here. Tyndall. Oh, that's nice from Australia, but not the finish at the end of it. O'Neill Thorne would want that one back. He should have scored there. Williams going to work. Gets himself to the basket, finishes well through the contact. And the USA have opened up an 8-point lead here with an 8-2 start to the second quarter. And that's going to force Craig Friday into a timeout. Good first movement. And managed to get all the way to the hole. Well, I was talking about the defensive effort it was going to take to be able to get on top. They've kept the Australians to just 2 points in 4 minutes, and that is how America have got on top. Well, they get the sense, the Americans, that this is a key moment here. If they can stretch this run, which has been 4 minutes long, to 6 minutes, they could have a nice cushion to work with heading towards half-time. The Australians will be hoping that this timeout helps shift the momentum back in their direction. It's basically 2-on-2 at the minute. That's nice. Oh, but Tom O'Neill Thorne missing at the rim. A real opportunity there for Australia, not taken. Syria driving hard and finishing well, and that's the difference. A couple of scores for America at the rim, but the Australians have blown a couple, and suddenly they're down 10. Tyndall cutting through the lane, the pass is deflected. Williams is able to get to the loose ball. His pass a little too far out in front, asks a lot of Sirio. This has got to go in, a foul is called. Latham so close in, had to score that, but he's got a chance to get the points from the line with the foul. John McPhail back into the game. The Aussies with just 2 points to show for the first 5 minutes of this second quarter. Could really do with both of these going in. First one doesn't for Bill Latham, 31-year-old. Plays his club basketball in Spain. Blair returns. Williams. That's a nice zip pass, almost finished as well. Serio bulleted that one in. Look at this. It's a good screen, actually. Didn't see that in real time. But that's nice work there from Lesperance to help free up his teammate. Here's Knowles. Play them back to McPhail. Off the glass, doesn't go for Knowles. Offensive rebound. Rims out. USA get the hands on the ball. And Trey Jennifer can get himself back upright. Needs a little wheel repair here. I think okay to carry on. Yeah, wheels seem to be in working order. USA by 9, 4:18 to go. They would be very happy to take this sort of lead into halftime, that's for sure. Williams along the baseline, working well, but not able to convert. Here's Knowles. Shane cut into the basket. Knowles has to go cross court. Shot clock down to 3 seconds. Another one rims out for Australia. This can't get the bounce of the ball at the minute. They've had a few that on another day might have dropped in. And that's a good catch from underneath. Probably needs to recycle that out because he's a bit too deep. Or can he find some room? No, not quite is the answer to that. Knowles running into traffic and just ripped away. Give me that, says Jake Williams. Serio turning the Jets on, going hard. Took a lot of contact there. He's got a really good change of pace and change of direction. Look at that. Shane chasing hard, hit him hard too. But he's still able to get the shot away. 13 points so far for the American captain. And that goes up to 14. And he's perfect from the free throw line today. And he's actually perfect in this whole Paralympic Games tournament. Yet to miss from 15 feet. America by 11. 3 to play here in the first half. Knowles brings it forward. The last undefeated record in this group on the line. Australia cannot buy a bucket right now. Nothing is dropping in for them in this second quarter. They are 1 for 10 from the floor here in the second period. Can Latham do something about that? Shot clock, got to get it off. It's heaved up, didn't hit anything. America, oh, wait, he's thrown it out there. The horn went, but because he rebounded it, you play on in that situation. That's a mental breakdown there. He threw it back to the referee to say, oh, it's a shot clock violation. It should be 24. That's the point that coach is arguing, but it's not 24 because it's in the front court. It would have been 24 in theory if it had been in the back court, but in the front court, it's always 14 in that situation. Latham to the basket, and finally one drops in for the Aussies. 2 of 12 now in the second period, having shot 50% in the first. Terrio from behind the arc, off the mark. Jennifer trying his hardest to keep that in play, diving out of bounds. Look at that hustle, you gotta love it. He didn't manage to keep the ball in play, but you gotta love the hustle. Well, they're only down 9 despite shooting so badly here in the second quarter, Australia. Surely it'll come back to them, and that's a good way to get it going in the right direction. Sean Norris laying one in. Important 90 seconds here for America. I want to take at least 7 or 8 points into halftime. A few more if they could. Oh, nearly. Foul called, and that will be 2 shots for 8 hands up. Well, Australia, if they can get out of here only down 4 or 5 at halftime, they'll feel, okay, we've dodged the bullet there. We haven't played that well in the second quarter. We're still right in this ball game. I always think how you finish quarters, particularly going into halftime, but just in general around the quarter breaks, super important. Because obviously you can get 1 or 2 extra possessions per game if you play the end of the quarters well, so that you always have the ball for the final shot. Ryan Bell going to check back in for the USA. O'Neill Thorne, cross to Norris. Let's fly. Beautiful shot from 16, 17 feet around about the elbow. Down to 6, minute to play. Should be, oh, great pass, and what a finish that is. He's only just come back into the game, Brian Bell, but he was right up to speed straight away, because that was not an easy catch and finish there. Good pass. Great positioning as well. Did his work early. Bill Latham to get the spot he wanted to be in. Potential 2 for 1 if they go quick. They do go quick, and they hit a 3. Big shot from Jake Williams. Well, they won't get the 2 for 1 because Australia took their time inbounding the ball, sensibly so they can run down the clock here. Although they've gone in quickly. Ooh, whose ball is that? It's going to be USA's. And the 2 chairs have caught. Jennifer trying to help them out. .3 seconds remaining in the first half, an 11-point USA lead. I'm just going to check the possession on this. It wasn't quite clear, certainly to me, as to which way, who had the ball when the referee stopped the game. Potentially important, as I say, finishing quarters. really big. They get another one of these, and suddenly it'd be up 12. That's a pretty substantial advantage with the defensive effort, keeping a team light to 26 in the first half. No mean feat, that. Let's see what the official outcome is.
It's a three-pointer.
Oh, they were checking the last shot. I thought they were checking possession. They were just double checking that last shot was a three. And it was. So it will be America's ball from the end. $11.3 to get one final score at the end of a good second quarter. Williams from miles out. Oh my goodness! What a shot from Jake Williams to finish off the first half in style. The deepest of three-pointers. He was feeling it. He didn't need to get anywhere near the line. He's just firing, and what a shot. 2 threes. Look how far, you can't even see the three-point line on the replay. What a bucket that is. 2 big threes to end the first half. He was staring that one down. He knew it was good as soon as it left his hand. But a remarkable second quarter by the USA, capped by 2 threes from Jake Williams, and they will go into the locker rooms up 12. Big lead for the USA, 38-26 the score. Well, a great second quarter. If you're a fan of the Americans, they won that period 21 points to 11, and they have a commanding halftime advantage here at the Musashino Forest Sports Plaza against the last undefeated team in Group B. But that undefeated record very much on the line right now. Australia going to need to respond, trailing at the half 38 points to 26. And look back over the action from this first half. There was very little in it in the first 10 minutes, but in that second quarter, Australia had a lid on the basket, couldn't get anything to go, even the seemingly easy layups, whereas USA were finding ways to score, particularly Williams and Serio, getting all sorts of points, and that was the story of Australia's second quarter. Finally, Norris did get it ticking for them, but they didn't count on the last 30 seconds, and Jake Williams, look at this one, miles out. Huge three-pointer. You can see Norris not expecting him at all to pull it up from that range. And those 2 3-pointers have really put a gloss on the USA shooting numbers. Tremendous first half from America. 38-26 here at the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza. USA on top.
2020 Paralympic Games. There was action on the courts, in the water, and at the track and field events. Plus, there were many records broken. So, let's check out the highlights on the big screen now.
さあ、昨日までね、行われました4日目までの忙しい日々、これまでですね、コート、プール、陸上とさまざまな場所で試合が行われましたが、そこで多くの記録が誕生しております。それでは改めて大会4日目のハイライト映像をですね、ビッグスクリーンで振り返ってみましょう。
Well, work to be done for the Australians as we tick down towards the start of the second half. Their unbeaten record here in Tokyo on the line. The Americans with a 12-point lead and all the momentum going into the locker room. Important couple of minutes here for Australia to right the ship at the start of the third quarter. They cannot allow the Americans to get off to a hot start. And certainly got to watch him as soon as he gets across half court. He's shown his range already, Jake Williams. Third quarter about to get underway here at the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza. Australia with the ball and a 12-point deficit to try and eat into. And that's a good way to start, a drive to the basket, but no points, an offensive rebound, and Norris at the second attempt sorts it all out for his team. Kim Robbins missed the shot, but at least he got his own board. Here's Williams. That's it. Turek and back again. Oh, that pass is going to do well to get there. Just had enough. It was close enough to tempt Yannick Blair into thinking he's got a play on it here. And when he doesn't get it, all he's got is a foul. Nice pass. All moving, but there needs to be a shot at the end of it for USA, and there isn't one. It's going to be a shot clock violation. Well, you like the ball movement, but sometimes somebody's got to put it up. Nathan got a little finger to make sure it wasn't going to be Williams that could get the shot away. So, a score and a stop. Can they get another score here, the Australians? Good interchange of play. Latham doesn't get the bounce. Turek with the rebound. He's into the game for the first time. So too Matt Scott. You can see the number 9 getting his first action out on court. Williams all string. 14 points for him off 6 of 10 shooting, and that's thrown away. Serio driving in himself. Scott trying to keep it alive, and he does. Matt Scott with the offensive rebound and putback, and he lets the Australians know about it. He does a good job at commentating the game while he's going through as well. I'm not sure we could put a mic on it though. Here's Latham off the glass. Out of bounds, last touch, an Australian hand. It's America's possession. Let's see, all string on that. You don't get much cleaner shots than that. Ball rotation, fantastic. Textbook, really. Here's Scott. Williams going to fire up another one. He is, and he's going to stroke that one too. Third triple of the game for Jake Williams. Well, he's not called off at half-time. He's come out firing again. Robbins drives in. Scott with the rebound. America carrying on right where they left off. Here he is again, Jake Williams. Got to get out to him. You don't want to give him any sort of encouragement. Serio, good pass. And 2 more points for the USA. Matt Lesperance on the end of it. And I said an important couple of minutes for Australia. The first 3 have not been what they wanted. It's exactly how America wanted to come out. Jake Williams gunning from downtown. America totally on top here. A 9-2 start to this second half. And they are 19 points clear now. Look at that, 17 points, 3 of 4 from behind the arc. Well, Australians were 5 of 15 in the second quarter. They are 1 of 5 here in the third quarter. And they've just really let this one slip away from them. If you think back, it was 17 points apiece at one stage. That was early in the second quarter. They were level at 17. And since then, what is that, about 12 minutes of play, the Americans have outscored them 30 points to 11. And what have Australia got in reply? Oh, more missed shots. That's just been the story of their game. They've had some decent looks. They've not taken any of them. And I think the scoreboard is applying pressure as well as the Americans now. Nice ball movement. Matt Scott on the end of it. America rampant here in the middle two quarters. A 21-point lead. Norris forced out. Offensive foul called. Bill Latham, the offender. See Norris trying to go baseline. Screen not stationary. Not a team you want to have to try and chase, America. Ooh. Serio did well to catch that, and a brilliant pass. Oh, in the end, two American hands get in the way of each other. Nathan trying to thread the needle, but Williams in the way, and a foul is called. We've seen a lot of that. They do pass the ball well. It's a good roll to the basket, but still needs to be found. And some anxious looking faces on the sidelines for Australia. Williams lobbing it in, just getting it. And the foul called as Josh Turek puts the shot up. Knowles with his arms out. Let's see what he did. There's a bit of arm on that. I mean, you can say your arm hasn't moved, but doesn't mean you can have it in that position. And he's across where the shooter's arm is. So it's a defensive foul. Makes them both. Tyndall, Stibbins, and Old McShane fail. As Australia trying to find a lineup that can somehow get them going in the right direction. They've got to, first of all, try and get a bit of momentum and then start thinking about climbing the mountain. Late in the shot clock, Knowles passes it on. Knocked loose by, that's going to be a shot clock violation. Good work from Matt Scott. It was going to be a difficult shot anyway, and Matt Scott made sure it was no shot at all. Well, those conversations on the sidelines are always a lot more fun when the scoreboard reads 51-28. Tarek, loads of room, front irons it, chases down his own rebound. Almost loses it, the ball is loose. Australia get their hands on it through Tyndall. Knowles, back to McPhail. McPhail mid-range off the glass, rims out. Their shooting numbers are falling off a cliff here, Australia. 1 of 7 in this quarter, 6 for their last 22, having shot 50% before that. Ooh, sloppy. Just couldn't quite keep that in. But you like the effort, that's the thing. And Australia only have a couple of seconds to get this over the halfway line. It's going to be an 8-second violation. Had to go further forward than that. Again, when you're getting beat like this, it's mistakes like that. Not recognizing the position of the ball and the clock. Williams. Trying to fight his way through for a shot. There wasn't really any room for it. McPhail onto Knowles. Nice move, draws the defense, finds McPhail. Goodness me. They're just having one of those days where nothing is dropping at all. They've been shooting 48% from the floor coming in to this game, Australia, so it's not like they're having a bad tournament, they're just having a bad day. Well, bad 20 minutes even, because they were shooting really well in the first quarter as well. There's another one from Williams. Oh, he's missed one. Scott with the rebound. Ooh. A little miscommunication by the Americans in the backcourt. Nothing to worry about. Tarek lines himself up. That's a better shot. Doesn't go in, but it's a better shot for him. Oh, good change of pace. McPhail. Well, I don't know what Coach Friday can do about this, to be honest with you. He's tried different lineups. He's tried everything he can to get his team going in the right direction. The ball just won't go in the basket for them. That's the problem. Here's Knowles. They're 1 of 10 in this quarter. They were 1 of 10 at the start of the last quarter as well. Nice pass. McPhail gets in, but Scott again. That doesn't go on the stat sheet as anything from Matt Scott, but that's 2 points if he's not there. You can be sure the coaching staff recognize that effort. Here he is trying to get something on the stat sheet, and he does. 2 more for him. Good play at both ends of the floor for Matt Scott. He's chasing hard here, trying to get a steal. Fail. Again, the pass deflected. McShane has it. His shot is short. Just 2 points in this quarter for Australia. Thought the second quarter was bad. The third's been even worse for the Australians. Scott. Williams back to Scott late in the shot clock. Squares up for three. Tingle with the rebound. Just over an offense to play here in the third. And Fail using his speed to get to the basket. Oh, I thought for a second that was going to come out. Only their second score of this quarter. They've missed 11 shots. They've made 2. Good aggressive play from Josh Turek. Taking it into the heart of the defense. Knowing the contact's going to come from either side. Getting his shot away.
Josh Turek shooting 2 free throws.
Well, they look a little dazed, the Australians. Not quite sure what to do. There can't be many games they've played where over the course of 2 quarters they've missed as many shots as they have here. Second one is good. 4.8 for the Australians to get down court. Oh, they've not done it, have they? Knowles is going to hook it. Well, that wasn't well executed at the end, but what a quarter for the Americans. They've absolutely blown Australia away here. 54-30 they lead. Who would have seen this coming? There's the shooting numbers. Australia down to 33%, but the key for them is the last 2 quarters. They started at 50%, they went down to 33%, and then further down to 14%. They are 7 of their last 29 shots, so 22 misses out of 29. And that is why they are behind, but the Americans have shown them no mercy whatsoever. They just keep turning the screw. Jake Williams with 17 points for his team. Matt Scott's been good as well. He gave them 10 good minutes there. Coming into the game, having not played in the first half, full of energy. (15, 11, 4). Not a combination the Australians will want to look at. Fourth quarter getting underway. America with the ball, and America with the big lead. 24 points in front of Australia. They've absolutely roared away in the middle quarters. And 2 offensive rebounds to start the quarter. Good ball movement, and 2 points at the end of it. You could give a good team enough opportunities, and they will take them. Give them 3 offenses, they're going to score eventually. Norris has shot off the mark, a little touch foul there from Matthew McShane. So you're just going after the rebound. It's not a ball he could get, but it is a foul he could be called for. Oh, nice pass. Jennifer underneath, didn't quite have enough spin on that. Fail, over to Knowles. Around the screen, kicks it cross court. Knowles has it ripped away. Jake Williams just grabs it off him. Tremendous performance from Williams. Oof, that's an incredible shot from Sanchez. Got in there. Look at that, he's almost out of the chair as he tossed that one up. Jorge Sanchez making sure he gets a chance to go to the line. He's got 4 points already in this Paralympic Games. That's number 5 for him. A little short on the second one. You can forgive him that when his team's up 27. Knowles. Fail, tough shot. Sanchez with the rebound. Oh, lovely. Great, great speed and cut to the basket from Williams. Sanchez putting the pass on the money. And 19 now for Jake Williams. McPhail getting it all the way to the basket. That is the story of Australia's game, I'm afraid. They're just finding a way to rim out. And here he is again, Williams out in front. The speed of the man. Oh, he didn't have the finish on that occasion. Ooh, good hands. Sanchez, can he keep it in bounds? Yes, he can. He's got Williams with him, only Knowles back. Timed it well, drew the defense. Perfect execution on the fast break there. Jorge Sanchez just played that one to perfection. Got his fingers in there. Knocked the ball loose. And the man from Oakland, California, waited for the defender to come and then set up his teammate for a straightforward layup. Nice pass. Squeezed that one through, but Blair can't convert. Well, they've tried all sorts of combinations, the Australians. None of them have worked. Sanchez with the shot clock ticking down. Oh, look at that, all string. He's wound up. America have started this quarter 9-0. They've absolutely blitzed them at the start of every quarter. Well, not the first, but the 2, 3, 4. Hey, with the foul. Sean Norris at the line. The only Australian in double figures. No. He's going to have to watch the film back. All coaches will review film tape, but it's going to be a bit of a horror show when he does, Coach Friday. I think it's a film session the players would rather avoid. O'Neill Thorne. Latham. I mean, some days the iron is just against you, and today is one of those days for Australia. The amount of shots that, you know, sometimes bobble in, we've had none of them go in today. And that's deflected away and came off the legs of Mike Pay last.
Substitution for Australia, number 1,
Samuel White taken to the court for the first time in this game. He's the last Australian to get on. That shows you how much Coach Friday's had to move things about, trying to find a group that works, but White's first shot is off the mark. Tom O'Neill Thorne calls for the foul, which was the reason you might see it there. It's a frustration foul now. That's what I would call a scoreboard foul. He's looked up at the scoreboard and gone, oh, I've had enough of this. And he just wants to take his frustration out on somebody. Nice. Oh, not quite. There's not too much that hasn't gone in for Jake Williams today. But he will get a chance to get the points on the board from the foul line. He's got a really nice shooting action. Look at the rotation on the ball. If you get a good spin on the ball, it gives you a chance when the ball does hit the ring like that. It will bob up and then possibly back in. It didn't on that occasion, but you give yourself a better chance at it. Well, a rare easy score for Australia, their first of this fourth quarter. It's taken them almost 6 minutes, and they've seen 10 points go on at the other end. Sanchez over to Williams, back to Sanchez. His teammates counting down the clock for him. He might get his own rebound here, Norris. Not going to Latham, and he makes no mistake. They're still 30 points behind. Williams driving to the hole. That is a tough finish with a hand in his face, but the way he's been playing, you expect them all to go in. 24 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds, 5 steals as well. Absolutely stuffed the stat sheet, Jake Williams. Here's one, I didn't see it, but it deflected off him. Robbins at the foul line off the mark, rebound Williams. Pay waiting for his teammates to catch up. Sanchez's shot is short. Norris just got that over Jennifer. Robbins can't score, Latham surely must. Australia going to call time here. Down 30 with 2:04 to go. You've got to keep playing to the end. Points difference might be an issue here because Australia are going to drop to 3-1. The USA are going to advance to 3-1. Great Britain are also on 3-1. And Australia's seemingly uncatchable points difference is whittling away. And in a three-way tie, that could be the decisive thing. And obviously, the higher you finish in the group, in theory, the easier the quarterfinal. Seeded across 1v4. So you'd rather finish first than third. Well, you can see the Americans still want to pile on the agony because Williams is still out there. And they could have given him a couple of minutes rest here at the end, but they're continuing with him orchestrating things. Here's Norris. Short. Jennifer with the rebound. They got an extra man here for a moment or two. And Williams is in and off the glass. But there was a whistle first. He got called for that before the shot. So the basket doesn't count. You can see there, Hankins is going to stop. Doesn't want any more points on the board. Well, they didn't. Robbins managed to get to the basket. It's Bay. Working with Jennifer, who rolls to the basket. Sanchez threw it in his direction. An Australian hand to knock it away. 3.7 left on the shot clock. Williams misses. A couple of offenses left in this. Norris drives in off the glass, too strong. Can he get his own rebound? Yes, he can. Shovels it out to Robbins. Ball is bobbling about. Nobody can get a clean hand on it. Be a hell ball. Possession arrow says it stays with the Australians. 18 and a half left on the game clock. 14 of them allowable for Australia's offense. Nice off the mark. Rebound for Jake Williams. Is there time for one more American score, or will they dribble out? He checks with the coach. Do I shoot or no? Coach says no. So he will run out time. And what a performance by him in particular, but the Americans in general. They have beaten Australia 66 points to 38. Australia scored 15 of those 38 in the opening 10 minutes. And then America put the clamp on and ran away with it. Jake Williams, star of the show, 24 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals. Incredible display from him and from the Americans in general. Well, Australia will just have to put that down as a bad day at the office, one of those where none of the shots would drop. But he was hitting from all over the court, including the incredible three on half-time. One of back-to-back threes that really set the Americans on their way. And they never looked back. Kept Australia to just 12 second-half points. This is 30% Australia shot, but they were really poor after the first quarter. 17 turnovers as well. So look at that, three-way tie at the top of Group B. Australia, USA, and Great Britain, all with 3 wins and 1 defeat as they battle it out for the order at the top of the group. Still very much in the balance in Group B. But America really sent a message out to the whole of this wheelchair basketball tournament. We are here and we are to be feared, with a monster display to win 66 points to 38. Well, plenty to talk about for Australia, and plenty to forget as well, given how they shot the ball. They basically made 11 shots in 46 attempts through the second, third, and fourth quarter, and that is a surefire way to lose any game. But credit to the Americans, they really took it to Australia. Jake Williams, stunning. Steve Serio as well, a very good captain's performance, but they got something from everybody who took the court, and they look very good. USA have beaten Australia here. It's finished at Moschino Forest Sport Plaza, 66-38.
ーパスしました両チーム選手の入場です。まずはじめにアメリカ合衆国代表選手の入場です。大きな拍手をお送りください。続いてアルジェリア代表選手の入場です。大きな拍手をお送りください。
Everybody clap your hands. Clap, clap, clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now, we're going to do the basic steps. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's go. Left foot, let's go. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's go. Left foot, let's go. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stones. Left foot, 2 stones. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Real slow.
で、このカメラを映ってこの辺のシールをどうするかな。
Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back. 2 up this time. 2 up this time. Right foot, 2 stones. Left foot, 2 stones. Hands on the knees. Hands on the knees.
OBS ですから。
Ladies and gentlemen, the International Paralympic Committee and Tokyo 2020 welcome you to Japan at Hisoshiro Forest Sport Plaza for Paralympic Women's Wheelchair Basketball Competition.
皆さんこんにちは。本日は東京2020パラリンピック競技大会車椅子バスケットボール競技会場武蔵野森総合スポーツプラザへお越しいただきまして誠にありがとうございます。
The fourth game of the day and preliminary round of the game featuring Algeria and the United States of America and scheduled to begin at 5 p.m. Slide to the right. Reverse, reverse.
この後行われる第4試合はですね、 アルジェリア代表対アメリカ合衆国代表の試合になります。この後17時スタートということで、ぜひ皆さんチェックしていただきたいと思います。
Yeah.
さあ、まずはですね、両チームのキープレーヤー紹介してみましょう。初めにですね、アメリカ合衆国は24番、ケンジーズ・ブルーク選手になります。
Zurich was a member of the team that competed in the World Championships back in 2018 here in Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Lindsay Zurich has been averaging 14 points, 2.3 rebounds, and 3.7 assists per game.
まずはですね、アメリカ合衆国代表24番、ケンジーズ・ブルーク選手。今回初めてのパラリンピックになります。そして彼女のね、このチームのスタッツの方ですがね、今回の大会では14ポイント、そしてリバウンドは 2.3、アシストは 3.7 とバランスのいい活躍を見せております。
And the key player for Algeria will be the team captain wearing number 9, Jamila Kambiane.
対するアルジェリアは9番ジャミラ・ケンガリー、彼女はですね、キャプテンドラマがあります。
Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games is her second Paralympic appearance. She has been averaging here at Tokyo 2020 6.7 points, 4.7 rebounds, and 2.3 assists per game.
さあ、アルジェリアですね、ケンガリー選手は今回のパラリンピックは2度目の大会になります。そして今シーズンのこの大会ではポイント、アベレージは 6.7 ポイント、そしてリバウンドは 4.7、アシストは 2.3 という形になっています。今週はですね、パラリンピック選手でもありますので、ぜひ注目して
Group B of the women's wheelchair basketball competition at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games as Algeria face the United States of America. Not favourable, is it, for either of these two nations at the moment for advance, nonetheless, to the quarter-final stage of the competition. But for both of these teams, it's been a tough start. Algeria most pressingly in need of a victory, there's no doubt about that. But the United States of America, who will be the favourites for this meeting, have endured some close losses, along with one very key victory. the United States of America have a relatively new squad to Paralympic competition. Some very promising young athletes who are making their way through the national team and gaining in confidence and gaining in experience all the time, led by some very important leader figures, the likes of Natalie Schneider, for example, co-captain of the US setup, along with Dr. Darlene Hunter, the assistant professor in social work at the University of Texas in Arlington. On the subject of the University of Texas, Arlington, just about all of them are involved in that esteemed institution. About half of the American team has a connection with the University of Texas. Algeria are history makers from Rio, the first African team to qualify for the Games in this event. And many of those players are still here, still involved, joined by some new stars. They're a huge successful team at continental level, 3-time consecutive champions of Africa. It's going to be a very difficult challenge to get anything from the United States of America, but they are an indomitable force, albeit one that has endured some tough defeats in the competition. As we look at Samiha Abdelali, the 33-year-old, who's one of the longest serving players in the domestic game, started playing in 2004. The national anthems of both Algeria and the United States of America.
それでは両チーム国歌の演奏です。まずはじめにアメリカ合衆国国歌、続いてアルジェリア国歌の演奏です。
The national anthems are completed, and Algeria face the United States of America. Literally and metaphorically, a nice gesture of respect between the teams as they exchange pleasantries before now the battle commences. As we look at Rose Holloman, a 25-year-old at her third Paralympic Games, gold medalist in 2016. And the introduction of the officials for this one.
The referees for the game are
Well, for the United States of America, a win here, which would be the expected outcome, will reinvigorate their challenge. Officials from Iran, Argentina and Canada, respectively. The USA began with the loss to Netherlands, 68-58. They then beat Spain, 68-34. And then the single-point loss to China, 42-41. For Algeria, the loss to China, 74-25. To Netherlands, 109-18. And to Spain, 88. United States of America have the co-captains Darlene Hunter and Natalie Schneider in their starting lineup, along with Rose Holloman. Very experienced. Lindsay Zerbrugg, the 22-year-old from Oregon, is a Paralympic debutant, joining a fellow debutant Courtney Ryan in the starting lineup for the United States. And Ryan has been a strong scorer, as has Zerbrugg. Lawrence Trooper-Johnson from California in charge of the American side. Algeria's starting lineup. The captain is Jamila Kemgani, top scorer thus far for them. Tally of 13 in the game against the People's Republic of China. One fewer in their squad than the United States of America, and certainly less in terms of depth. They have had some players they haven't really used a great deal. That said, the USA in a similar boat. They've got resources to perhaps bring into play in this game with Algeria if they want to freshen things up a touch, as we look at Ahmed Tagish, who is the head coach of the Algerian side. Confirmation of those previous results for the USA, and the lone win being against Spain. Very close, the contest with China, single point, 42-41. For Algeria, nothing close so far. And how will it go against the United States of America, one of the most established names in the sport of wheelchair basketball? So we are underway in the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza. It's wheelchair basketball action from the Tokyo 2020 Summer Paralympics. The United States of America attacking the basket to your left with Lindsay Zerbrugg getting the opening basket, and USA lead. Zerbrugg scorer of 20 against Netherlands, 7 against Spain, 15 against China. Really assured debut at the Paralympics for the 22-year-old from Hillsborough in Oregon. 14 for Algeria is Samiha Abdelali. Possession recovered by Kemgani, but shot clock pressure here for Algeria. Going to have to really go for it. It was hopeful, it wasn't too far away. If you're new to watching the sport, as the USA have got a quick break on and a likely basket to be converted by Rose Holloman. There is a 24-second shot clock, as you can see on the top left of your screen now, doubtless. The moment that a team gets possession, they have 24 seconds to fire the shot. If the shot rebounds and they keep offensive possession, then they'll get 14 seconds put up onto the shot clock. Not an extra 14 seconds, but a fresh 14 seconds. So what will be interesting to see is whether Algeria can keep the shot clock their friend when they're attacking, whether the USA make it very difficult for them to get a controlled shot in. On the subject of controlled shots, an attempt from Holloman, graduate of teaching from the University of Texas at Arlington. We're going to hear the phrase University of Texas at Arlington a lot over the next 4 periods of 10 minutes. But whatever the outcome is for Algeria, at these games. The accomplishment of qualifying for 2 consecutive Paralympics is a quite stellar one. The game is growing and growing in the country, and there's nothing like seeing your nation competing in a sport at the Paralympics to get more players involved. There are more people playing it than there were in Rio, and there will be more people playing it in Algeria after this. Oh, seem to have a little trouble with the equipment itself. Right, let's have another go. Inbound from Zerbrug. Ryan. Holloman. Ryan, Zerbrug. Ryan once more to Holloman. Plenty of time for the USA to line up the shot. No issues whatsoever. Good attack, very simple, patient play. And the decade-long national team player, Holloman, finding the target with ease. Possession stolen by the USA. Schneider, the architect of that. Ryan goes to Zerbrug, into the paint and into the basket. It's the US who have 8 over Algeria now. As expected, a very imposing opening for the United States as Samia Abdelali, who plays at the Walia Amateur Sports Club, sends it to the captain, Kemgani. Started playing at 15 with the boys' team, like a lot of the Algerian players. And there, case in point, just no opportunity to get the shot in, having to just hurl it, hopefully, at the basket with the buzzer impending. Kemgani, a graduate of economics from the Institute of Economic Sciences in her home city. Zerbrug, beautiful play. That's really nice. Assured work from the USA, finished by Holloman. One of the youngest US national team members when she was just 15 back in 2011 at the Pan American Games in Guadalajara. Abdelali into the paint and not too far away. Smooth, very nice, easily done. Natalie Schneider gets on the scoreboard. First points for the co-captain of Team USA, who scored 13 in the victory against Spain. From distance, Kemgani, and possession with the USA from the defensive rebound. It's Schneider. Courtney Ryan from San Diego to Zerbrug. This is lovely from the USA. They're missing virtually nothing. Well, so far 7 shots converted out of 8 attempts from the United States of America. Highly accurate. Algeria not able to put them under any real pressure. They're getting a lot of space to shoot. And that's so key in the accuracy. That and the fine technique, obviously, of the American players. Unsurprisingly, Ahmed Tagish calling the timeout. Very relaxed atmosphere, as you'd expect in the US ranks. 14 points without reply. Algeria facing a tricky match as things stand. Samia Abdelali, great performer in the qualification process as Algeria line one up through Nourhain Boublal. She was one of the original Paralympians in Rio when Algeria became the first nation from their continent to qualify for the tournament. Zerbrug sends it to Rose Holloman. Holloman moving nicely. That's very good play from Holloman. And it's just missed actually by Schneider. Looks as though that was going to be converted. Possession recaptured by the USA though. They'll get an additional 24 seconds. Zerbrug, well, a fresh 24 seconds I should say. Schneider, well received by Lindsay Zerbrug. Now they've got to make something out of this, Algeria, and get it up court fast. 8 seconds to get the ball out of your defensive half court, otherwise it's a violation and possession is turned over to the opposition. So the number 11, Dabia Samati, just overplayed a touch.
Substitution Algeria, number 5, Nawal Khadid.
Changes to be made for the United States of America.
And substitution USA, number 4, Zoe Boris.
Bailey Moody, one of the players coming on, the teenager in the team. One of two teenagers, there's the other. Excel Gonzalez, 17, making Bailey Moody seem positively like an elder stateswoman at 19. I'm just not quite getting there at the moment, Algeria, but coming closer and closer. It'll just be morale boosting when they do finally manage to find the basket. Here is Moody from Atlanta. Very fine athlete across a number of sports as she gets on the scoreboard. Played softball, tennis, basketball as a child, came back to wheelchair basketball as a para-athlete. Said that despite her passion for a range of sports, basketball's always been the first love for her. Good steal from Zoe Voris, another of the debutants, another of the University of Texas at Arlington players, and she goes through into the paint. Nice attempt for the layup. Moving a little fast to keep that under control. Here is Zemati from Setif in the north of Algeria, part of the ancient Phoenician Empire, a Roman city as well, founded in the early part of the 1st century. It's with Moody. Captain is watching on, co-captain Dr. Darlene Hunter. Abdelali. Again, no clear options, and that's the difficulty. Oh, they've done well, though. It's a good pass in the end from Abdelali. She has managed to keep it in play, but the shot clock has expired. But it's evidence of the difficulty that Algeria are facing, because the USA giving them no clear options, cutting off all possible passes from outside of the three-point line for Abdelali, nothing that she could find. In contrast, space for Voris. Defensive rebound to Naoul Kadir. 34-year-old from the north of Algeria in the Sahara Desert. Oualia, quite a few of the players based there. 5 seconds or so on the shot clock, and again that pressure just making it difficult to find the pass. Bringing it up court is Hunter, 39-year-old, her third Paralympic Games. Moody, 20 years her junior, and that's a very nice deposit into the basket. USA have 18 as we approach the last 90 seconds of the first quarter. Abdelali. Well, the cry coming from the USA sidelines for defence, and indeed they have continued to cut off all possible angles of attack for Algeria. And once more the shot clock is working against them. Era Zairi, the number 12 coming on, 36-year-old from Saida, which is in the northwest of Algeria on the southern slopes of the Atlas Mountains, a most striking part of the country. It's going to be possession for Algeria, but with no meaningful time to get the shot in. That was never going to favour them. So once again, a shot clock violation committed by Algeria. But Samia Abdelali has put in an awful lot of industry trying to cultivate the attacks for Algeria. Here's Bailey Moody, University of Alabama undergraduate, plays for their team. Boris from an acute angle, off the rim and back with the USA. Another 14 seconds for them with the captain, Hunter. That's well played by Abdelali, tracking back to pressurise the USA. First time Algeria really have managed to do that. Kadir. Last half a minute approaching. 34-year-old is a very accomplished photographer. But so far, all of the showpiece picture book moments in this match have come from the United States of America. Here's Moody to Voris, lines it up. Accuracy waning, though, for the United States. Since that moment when they were 7 out of 8, they've fallen to 9 out of 17 field goal attempts. And we come to the conclusion of the first quarter with Algeria yet to get on the scoreboard. United States of America leading by a score of 18-0. Points difference could be of some significance in the final standings in the group, so the more that the USA can get in the basket, the better. And their accuracy definitely dropping. 9 out of 17. They were, as mentioned before, 7 out of 8 at the start. Good sign for Algeria. They are putting a little more pressure on the Americans as we look back at some of the moments of this first quarter. It is so important in terms of the narrative of this match to paint it in the context, the narrative of basketball in these two nations. The United States of America is one of the most established basketball nations in the world. Algeria very much a growing power at continental level. The more experience they acquire, the more the game grows, the more high profile it becomes. In so many respects for Algeria, the job has been accomplished by getting to the games. Getting to them yet again. It's the second quarter, it's possession for Algeria. Zaidi turns well, under some pressure from Bolaki. And Algeria have got something. Courtesy of Keira Zaidi, they are on the scoreboard. Bailey Moody. Excelled Gonzalez, youngest player in the American team. Good reach from Abdelali, not deceived by the bounce. Hard-working player, so good move forwards from Abdelali. Good pass as well to Semati. Oh, almost. Gonzalez. A 17-year-old from Illinois in possession. Looking for Ali Ibanez. It's a good chance for some of the less well-known US players to impress in this game. As we have a look back at Zaidi's impressive basket. Bailey Moody wearing 43 for the USA, a symbolic and important gesture in honour of an American football player from Auburn University who very sadly passed away in a car accident. It's a number that she wears out of tribute and respect to him. Kadir. Good turn. Ibanez was just making things difficult, perhaps forced Kadir to take her eye off the pass somewhat. Most marshalling the move back was Abdelali, giving instruction to her teammates. Boleki wears 3. Moody goes for it, rim and away to Abdelali. It's always her that starts the build-up. Trying to get away from Caitlin Eaton, who's on wearing 21. Foul actually committed by Ali Ibanez. 21-year-old from Murray in Utah, but attending the University of Illinois, where she's studying graphic design. Fascinating artistic portfolio that Ali Ibanez has. But for now, doing all the drawings and making the sketches, it's Trooper Johnson. It's the timeout for the USA. Jamila Kemgani, the 39-year-old experienced captain of Algeria, was the MVP at the African Paralympic qualification competition in Johannesburg last year, where she, Samiha Abdelali, was on the all-star team. It's easy to see why, isn't it? Fatima Bouzidi is on, wearing number 8 for Algeria. Abdelali there aiming for Zahiri, the only scorer of a basket thus far for the North African side. Abi Boleki, part of the team that won the Under-25 World Championships in 2019. As into the paint is Gonzalez. No joy in that area, the restricted areas. I'm sure many of you who are long-term fans of the sport know there are certain protocols expected of a player. They can't be in the paint for more than 3 seconds. That's why there's pressure on to shoot, as was indicated there on Zaidi. So you will sometimes hear a 3-second violation called in what is technically known as the restricted area, but more commonly the paint, the lane, the key, depending on where you are in the world. Oh, that's well done by Ibanez. She's done superbly to set that up for Eton. What a play from Ali Ibanez. Well, Eton the scorer, but that decision by the 21-year-old, quick thinking, leads to the USA making the 20-point mark. Abdelali. Zahiri going for the three-pointer from distance. Bailey Moody, very accomplished musician, plays the piano and guitar to a very high level, a huge fan of the performing arts. Ibanez trying to restart the attack for the USA, and she's done just that. Here's Gonzalez. Dixie Gonzalez, nope. They're going to keep going. Another offensive rebound. Algeria just not able to recover possession after these unsuccessful field goal attempts from the US. That time they have done. That's well played. Now can they hit the USA on the counter through Naoul Kadir? The answer is no. It's back with Ibanez. Very interesting athlete, Ibanez. She aspires to be a student of tattoo artistry, and she's also fluent in American Sign Language as well, a most useful skill to have acquired. As we see for the first time, the 43-year-old Hafida Belhadef, another of the players from Saida on the slopes of the Atlas Mountains. She missed the games in Rio, but has competed at World Championship level. National team debut made back in 2014, and goes for the basket, not too far away either, as we are at the halfway mark of the second quarter. Possession stolen back by Algeria. USA have managed to get back in time to recover a little shape. No score from Abdelali. There's a good chance for Algeria to hit the USA on the counter. Excel Gonzalez made her national team debut in 2018. And because of the foul on Kadir, number 5 now heads to the free throw line. First attempt unsuccessful. Gets the second, so Algeria have 3 on the board. USA have 2 players on 1 personal foul, Ibanez and Gonzalez. The player who receives 5 personal fouls is then fouled out for the remainder of the contest. That's nice technique from Gonzalez. making up for the earlier infraction. Very fine wheelchair softball player as well in the basketball off-season. Softball, a hugely popular sport in Japan. Oh, that's going to be a foul, very clearly, by Abdelali. No real attempt to play the ball. Has to be absolutely an unsportsmanlike foul. The reason for that, it's an unsportsmanlike foul, is, as I'm sure you can see, Abdelali makes no attempt to play the ball in any way. And had she not made that foul, then the USA would have had a clear opportunity at the basket through Caitlin Eaton. So Eaton now goes to the line. Delighted Zerbrug watching on. 2 out of 2 for Caitlin Eaton. And those are her first points of the Paralympics in her debut. A 27-year-old from Houston in Texas. Has a master's degree in social work from the University of Illinois. Moody, excellent. Floated it in a treat. 6 points on the board for Bailey Moody. The USA have a 23 advantage over Algeria. Belhadef. And set up and put away by Naoul Kadir. Nicely played, a good move. And to involve the veteran. Bolecki. Very much a basketball family, the Boleckis, as Gonzalez is starting to establish a presence in the contest now. Accuracy improving for her after some earlier unsuccessful attempts. 10 seconds on the shot clock. It's with Abdelali. Not really any clear options. That was a good idea to send it to Belhadef, but really restricted to an ambitious pass, courtesy of good defensive movement from the USA. We have a look back at the basket scored by Kadir, set up by Belhadef. Bolecki goes to Gonzalez, into the paint. Moody not able to score, and Algeria take possession from the rebound. Kadir. She said that in a strange way, it was the qualification for the Paralympics that was more memorable than the Games itself back in Rio. It's understandable why she would say that, odd as it initially seems. Actually, it was that moment, the making of history, the moment of realisation that they had become the first African nation to qualify for the Games. Bailey Moody with just over 2 minutes to go in the second quarter before we reach the halfway mark of this meeting between Algeria and the USA in Group B of the women's wheelchair basketball competition at the 16th Summer Paralympiad. Trying to get the shot away under some pressure, and again it just darts round the rim and away from Abdelali. She's had that happen a couple of times. Ibanez. Space for Gonzalez, layup and away. USA reach 30, it's a 25-point game. Algeria definitely improving. Kadir to Abdelali. Again, just over the top of Belhadef. Not too far away from finding that pass. Eaton, foul committed by Kadir. It's the other way round. It was Eaton actually who committed the foul in attempting to retrieve the ball.
Substitute
We are to see for the first time Nebia Mehimda, 36-year-old from Oran, the second city of Algeria on the northwest coast. Another of the many university graduates in the side, a sociology degree from the Institute of Sociological Science. All of the players from Oran have had a difficult time of things because the only women's wheelchair basketball club shut down shortly after. Again, no joy for Abdelali. Yes, it shut down shortly after the Rio Games. They've all been playing and training as a result at a men's team. It's put away well by Ibanez on the break. And Nebia Mehimda has said that she's found the players that she's now citing as her new teammates been fantastic, respectful, very welcoming with these unusual circumstances of one team closing down and the athletes having to move to another. Says it's been a great atmosphere and she's actually benefited a lot from playing with different athletes. Algeria's men's team also here at the Games. Inbound from Belhadef. Shooting and missing Samiha Abdelali. And it brings us to the conclusion of the second quarter at the halfway mark of this match between Algeria and the United States of America. It is Algeria 5, the USA 32. As expected, the USA in firm control, playing very well. Some promising moments nonetheless for Algeria as they go in search of their first win and the USA go in search of their second win at these Paralympics. The young player Ixi Gonzalez is starting to look more and more confident in this game. The veteran on the other side, Fida Belhadef, has had a good impact as well, setting up Naoul Kadir. A lot of industry from Abi Boleki. So let's remind ourselves of some of the best moments of the second quarter, including the first score for Algeria through Keira Zaidi. (32-5) for the USA over Algeria at the halfway mark of this contest, and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so with the second half, the third quarter.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it was a busy day 4 yesterday here at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. A lot of competition going on the courts, in the water, and also in track and field. And so many records were broken at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. So let's check out highlights from day 4 of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games now.
さあ、昨日東京2020パラリンピック4日目の忙しい日となっております。コート、プール、陸上とさまざまな場所でですね、競技が行われてまいりました。さらに多くの競技でですね、世界記録が更新されました。それでは早速ここで大会4日目のハイライト映像をですね、ビッグスクリーンで振り返ってみましょう。
We are just a matter of moments away from the start of the second half, the third quarter, as Algeria take on the United States of America in the women's wheelchair basketball preliminary round at the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza. It's the Chofu area of Tokyo. It is technically its own city of around about 200,000 people. Inbound from Zerbrugge, who receives it back at the start of this third quarter. The USA lead Algeria by 32 points to 5. It's the third match for each of these nations. Algeria winless in 3, the USA 1 win. So they occupy the bottom 2 positions in the group thus far. Algeria started with a 74-25 loss to China. Then they were defeated 109-18 by Netherlands and then 80-8 by Spain. For the USA, a 10-point loss, 68-58 to Netherlands, as Courtney Ryan gets her first 2 points of the game. But by no means her first 2 of her debut Paralympics. She scored 14 against the Dutch, 18 against Spain, and 14 against China. That win against Spain, 68-34, and then the China game, 42-41, the USA losing. Time running out for Abdelali, a decision to make. Sends it to Bouzidi. And that, the leitmotif in many ways of the contest so far. Algeria just not able to beat the shot clock. Ixi Gonzalez. Kemgani, captain for Algeria. Key part of the squad that has won 3 consecutive African championships. Goes for a 3-point, actually went for the pass. Looked like she was angling for the shot at first. Boublal with the attempt in the end. Gonzalez, good movement, finish not quite to match. Difficult one from that sort of position for Voris, right under the basket. At the other end, it is converted. Abdelali gets a reward for all of the hard work in the first half, and Algeria catch the USA on the counter. Good play from the North African team. Space well created by Lindsay Zerbrugge. It's now with Zoe Voris, who scores. First point for Voris at the Paralympic Games. The University of Texas at Arlington student plays for the Lady Moving Mavericks, their team. And as mentioned before, half of the, or a third rather, of the US team comprising University of Texas students and graduates. She is a student of photography, so we'll have a lot to talk to Naoul Kadir about. Put away well, Voris once more. Having got her first 2 points, she's wasted no time doubling that as the USA lead by 31.
Offensive foul on number 9, Algeria,
Jamila Kemgani with the foul. Attacking foul committed by the captain. Zerbrugge, good spot to Courtney Ryan. Back to Zerbrugge. No issues there at all. Very clean, tidy technique from Zerbrugge. The There is an amateur beekeeper, which is not something that one hears a great deal. Very interesting individual, actually. Graduate of Health, Human Performance and Coaching at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. Zerbrug to Gonzalez. Zerbrug. Another lovely delivery from her from a tight angle. Yes, back to that unusual pastime of hers. Certainly the world a finer place, the more beekeepers that there are, because it is a species that I'm sure in many countries, certainly the one I'm from, is a threatened one. So the more young people like her that take an interest in keeping the population healthy, the better. She's taking a keen interest in keeping the scoreboard healthy as well for the United States in this one. 42-9 the advantage. Ryan. What a good spot to Voris. Shapes for the shot. It's a good sharp turn from the 22-year-old from Chicago to try to get the USA to 44. Kimgani. That's a shame, didn't quite get the finish it deserved. It was a very nice build-up from the United States. It was Bouzidi with the shot. Build-up from Algeria, I should say. Courtney Ryan, in and out. Kimgani. Again, no success, but certainly Algeria more a part of this contest than they were in the first quarter. 5 points picked up in the second, 4 already in this. It's a much tighter third quarter. Walecki not able to shape for the shot, and Algeria with a chance again to counter. Kimgani. Exploring the options, in the end decides the best one is to go back to Abdelali. And time just to get that away. Well played. Jamila Kimgani, the skipper. And Algeria now looking significantly improved. Just a 4-point deficit in this third quarter. USA's level perhaps dropping a touch too. They're in a comfortable position. Zerbrug goes to Voris, and that's more like it. Voris starting to establish a real presence. One of the players who didn't feature against the Dutch, didn't feature against the People's Republic of China, so a chance for Zoe Voris to really make herself known. Not that the coaching staff, I don't know who she is, but you know what I mean colloquially, that idea that you want to announce yourself. When you're given the opportunity, you want to show what you can do, as Ibanez comes on. Kimgani finding Semati. That's tidy, very tidy from Gonzalez. Good pass, receives it back, should finish. That gets the finish it deserves. That was excellent from Ixi Gonzalez. Player who maybe benefited unwittingly from the postponement of the Summer Paralympiad. She was an alternate option for the Games in 2020, moved up to the main squad earlier this year. Just 17, maybe this coming along at just the right time for her. A very exciting prospect for American basketball. Here's Voris, not that time, but Gonzalez will finish and does. Ixie Gonzalez getting much more accurate as a shooter as the game goes on. She's now into double figures. USA just one basket away from the half-century mark. Nurhan Bublal never quite had the angle. It was always moving away. Ryan, plenty of options. Gonzalez. Courtney Ryan, that's absolutely spot on in terms of the angle, but just a little too much power as we are well into the last 90 seconds of the third quarter. Now, can this get the finish? It'd be a good bit of work from Algeria, I was going to say, before the shot came in from Bublal, because they really did cover the court in double quick time. The foul has been committed by Ixie Gonzalez.
USA calls timeout.
Timeout from Trooper Johnson. With Algeria certainly enjoying their best spell of the match so far. Joint leading scorer for the United States of America, number 54, Ixie Gonzalez, along with Lindsay Zerbrugg. The debutants doing very well. So Nurhan Bublal from the line. %50 success for Bublal, who has 3 points in this game. Ryan gets it to Gonzalez in the end. And Gonzalez has 12 points. Courtney Ryan, who got involved with the Challenge Athletes Foundation after an injury in the sport of American football, and discovered wheelchair basketball. Was recruited by the University of Arizona. Has a degree in special education. Kimgani intercepted by Ryan, but Kimgani doing well to hold on and to get the shot away. Rebound for Bublal, and Algeria score. That was a well-worked and determined basket from the Algerian team, with Bublal finishing it off. One more attack to remain for the USA. Voris back to Ryan. Gonzalez will have to do this herself. And there'll be no change to the USA's 50-point score as we get to the end of the third quarter. Algeria 14, USA 50. But a much better quarter from Algeria. 9-18 as opposed to 18 without reply in the first and 14-5 in the second. So they are starting to find a little more accuracy in front of the basket. Nonetheless, it's the USA who are heading towards their second win of these games, unless a quite miraculous transformation occurs in the fortunes of the Algerian team. Let's look back at this third quarter. Starting to find more success in front of the basket. The Algerian team, they trail 14-50 to the USA in this Group B match in women's wheelchair basketball at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. And if you have yourself a spare moment and really want to get into the history of the Paralympic movement, you'll find that wheelchair basketball is absolutely tied up in that, interwoven. All goes back to the world of the Stoke Mandeville Hospital as Boublal scores once more. It was back in 1944 that Dr. Ludwig Gutmann opened a spinal injuries centre at the Stoke Mandeville Hospital in Buckinghamshire in the United Kingdom, as Gonzalez scores again to get her 14th of this game. In 1952, a Dutch ex-serviceman joined the Stoke Mandeville Games to make the first international Stoke Mandeville Games. And indeed, wheelchair basketball has been held in Stoke Mandeville, both at Paralympic level and also in continental competitions. It's retained a very strong link to Buckinghamshire, as Voris has space but doesn't have the basket. It was wheelchair netball, the original sport, played at the Spinal Injuries Centre at Stoke Mandeville Hospital. And there is still a wheelchair netball form of the sport. Foul committed by Zoe Voris, just impeding the shot of Boublal. Not too much complaint. And it means that Boublal goes to the line. Certainly the key performer for Algeria, Nouane Boublal, in terms of points scored. She now has 8 of their 17. Polecki. Voris. Voris shapes for the shot, and instead it's actually with Ibanez. Unusual shot clock pressure here for the USA. Doesn't really matter though, because it's still finished, and finished well by Caitlin Eaton. Strong accuracy from Eaton, hasn't missed one yet on 6 points. She's a player who has had an interesting relationship with the national team. She lost her place on a couple of occasions and got it back when one of the players was injured. And for her, it seemed to be something of a Rubicon moment where she realised that she needed to commit fully to the sport, needed to, in her words, give 100%, needed to work harder, and she's done exactly that and established herself as a real key member of the team. Sometimes that can happen to an athlete. Losing their place or being threatened with the loss of their place can be something that lights the touch paper. Bolecki inbound to the impressive Ixi Gonzalez, just 17, Paralympic debutant. There we go. That is Gonzalez now to 14 points. Kemgani. Abdelali. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Kemgani goes for three. Three, bounding to Fatima Bouzidi. Kemgani passes to Boublal. Boublal will shoot and will score. Algeria pass beyond. I was about to say Algeria pass beyond the 20-point barrier, but they don't. They get to 19. Mathematics failing me there. Apologies. Bolecki, Voris. Gonzalez. Zoe Voris will rebound, will rebound to Abdelali, but not quite. Gonzalez, Bolecki, shot clock just starting to work against the USA now. And nothing really coming out of that. It's more positive from Algeria. Deflecting behind off the captain, Kemgani, as Abi Bolecki will send this back in. Gonzalez, and nothing doing on that occasion for the USA. Hasn't happened a great deal. A lot of the players who were not heavily involved in the meetings with the Netherlands, Spain and China really playing key roles today. We've seen much less of Natalie Schneider, much less of Dr. Darlene Hunter, the co-captains, much less of Rose Holloman. And this really has been the breakthrough game for Gonzalez. Eaton, also very impressive. First one that she's missed, but it's a high standard being established by the athlete who began playing the sport in high school. She's somebody who has demonstrated real work rate, actually, in developing her technique. And now we do see Darlene Hunter back onto the field of play with Josie Aslaksen, 25-year-old from Minnesota, another of the Paralympic debutants. Has a degree in dramatic writing from the University of Texas Arlington, and also New York University. Very accomplished young filmmaker. Ibanez to Hunter, the assistant professor in social work at Texas University. Aslaksen will probably need to go this alone. And it is actually going to be the shot from Bolecki. Algeria shutting down the USA once more. Abdelali. Kimgani positions to shoot. Good control on the rebound from Ibanez. Aslickson. She has spoken with delight at how her personality has been shaped by playing wheelchair basketball. Somebody who was very shy, very introverted. Not that that is any way a bad thing at all. But she has become significantly more of an extroverted team member, courtesy of working with these players. And she now has designs on starting her own non-profit organisation to increase the uptake of parasports. And that really ties in so beautifully with the overarching philosophy of these games, the 16th Summer Paralympiad. The We the 15 campaign, designed over a decade to improve the quality of treatment of the 15% of the world's population that has a disability. 1.2 billion people. A plan to close the societal gap. And the athletes themselves are obviously at the heart of that. So individuals like Aslickson, with her plans to give other people opportunities in the sport, so very key. Now she's key here because she shoots but does not convert. So a few occasions now, a fair few occasions, where the USA have just not managed to convert. And unsurprisingly, Trooper Johnson is calling the timeout because this fourth quarter is the closest thus far. 6-5 the USA lead, and maybe, just maybe, they're going slightly into exhibition mode and just a little on the relaxed side. What a strong performer Boublal has been for Algeria. Getting over 50% of their points. Just over 3 minutes remaining. Kimgani brings it up court for Algeria. 12 is Zaira Zaidi, who got the first score for Algeria in the match after they conceded 18 without reply in the first quarter. Hunter. Committing the attacking foul. So going into Nabia Mehmida. Kimgani passes to Zaidi. Space to position for the shot, just overcooks it a touch. Dr. Darlene Hunter not able to bring it out. She may just have got a hand in the face there. It certainly looked like it from Zaidi. Zaidi, would have been a spectacular delivery. And she has to go again with the shot clock really working against her. So It's this time Algeria who are unable to beat the buzzer. Aslickson. Hunter, it's all going to be her work this time, and the USA do finally find basket. Was a good track and field athlete, Hunter, but has become rather intoxicated by the teamwork that is central to wheelchair basketball, and you find that with so many athletes. That wasn't necessarily the sport they started with, but once they became part of the team, they just fell in love with it. That's lovely from Ibanez. The USA make it to 60. Last 90 seconds. Dimghani. Can Algeria manage to break the 20-point barrier? Never really was set for that shot. Abiboleki, just touched behind by Nabia Mehmida. Such work that has been provided by Samiha Abdelali today. Eaton. Just trying to bring it under control as the captain, Kemghani, and has done extremely well to do just that. Last 3/4 of a minute, Algeria attacking with the captain, who's going to do this alone. And almost scores, but it's Caitlin Eaton who picks up the rebound. Her turn to control well, turned beautifully. That's a lovely bit of movement from Eaton. And this should be comfortable. And it is for Josie Aslickson. First point scored. She got a couple against Spain. First of this game. USA 62-19 in the lead. Going to be the last chance for Algeria to push beyond the 20-point mark. Boublal. Now here is the chance from the line. Ibanez committing the foul. Noran Boublal. Oh, agonisingly close. Still Algeria in search of the elusive 20th point. But they will get another chance. 4.5 seconds remaining. Inbound it goes. Kemghani, and they're there. Celebration from Jamila Kemghani, who scored 20 points coming into this. 13 against China, 7 against the Dutch. And it's a positive finish for Algeria in a game that has been dominated by the United States of America. But after the first quarter, when the USA led 18-0, it looked as though it was going to be a much higher margin of victory. Not the case. It's respectable for Algeria, who are still winless after 4. The USA pick up their second win of the competition, and that will help them in their bid to ensure a good draw and a place in the quarter-finals. The final score, Algeria 21, USA 62.
And now, let's hear for the United States of America.
Debrief from Lawrence Trooper Johnson. And a lot of hard work from Algeria, a lot of determination, and a lot to be positive about moving forwards into their next competition. Algeria 21, the USA 62. Algeria will turn their attention to their next match. So confirmation that the United States of America finish in third place in the group, and they are into the quarter-final stage. This is Algeria, who will now think about the placement round and the classification matches. The United States of America securing their place in the knockout stage of the competition, courtesy of this 62-21 win over Algeria, who finished in fifth place in the group, but positively with plenty of good moments in the game and a strong finish, losing the last quarter only by 12 points to 7. On the competition goes in Tokyo at the 2020 Paralympic Games, with the last match in the group stage to be played out later, and then as the games continues, it'll be time to start thinking about who is going to make it to the medal matches. All that is a conversation, though, for another day. Until now, it is goodbye from the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza.